shit Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, who embellished a story about his own father as a political refugee from Cuba, and a 2-page memo that he promulgated. Embellished a story about his own. Anti-Semitic conduct that disrupts the protests in the United States would severely undermine that citizen's foreign policy objective. I got bad news for you, Marco. By that standard, by the anti-Semitism standard, Trump, his own wife said he kept a book of Hitler's speeches on a bedside table in their home. Trump... anti-Semitic conduct that disrupts the protests in the United States would severely undermine that citizen's foreign policy objective. I got bad news for you, Marco. By that standard, by the anti-Semitism standard, Trump, his own wife said he kept a book of Hitler's speeches on a bedside table in their home.
Colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm gonna go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose. But still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is. I'll show you. Hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and here it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. You remember I said earlier that, you know, well, you can make
Bodine and Rick Mast. If you go in the corner and there's no air to lean on, no cushion for Morgan Shepherd, that car's on the outside. He loses control, almost loses control, and Elliott had to say, man, and here's the lead change, a replay of the lead change just a moment ago as Ernie Irvin down the front straightaway, position on Earnhardt, takes a spot away.
Ernie continues to hang on to the lead with Earnhardt running in second position. Right behind him, Jeff Bodine is third. Is in fourth position. Ernie Irvin is 10th in the point standings, so that's the position that Earnhardt wants.
Tell you what, that red car, Jeff Bodine is gaining on the front too.
Bud Moore's cars always run strong on this racetrack. Remember Morgan Shepherd, let's see, who won in his car here a few years ago? Yeah, Morgan
Ricky
Shepherd
Rudd.
did. Yeah,
Ricky
Rudd
Rudd
won here,
the race, yeah.
and Morgan Shepherd won here.
This Richard Petty memory is brought to you by the First Brands Corporation, makers of STP gas treatment. 1979, the championship is on the line between Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip at Ontario, California. But the King collects his 7th title and what may have been his most challenging crown.
The most gratifying would have been the 7th championship in '79. It came down to the last race at California, at Ontario, California, and I think he was 3 points ahead of us or something like that. We're one position would made a difference. It was a deal that Buddy Baker, I think, would sit on pole, or he was up front and I was up front qualifying. And Buddy told me, he said, you know, we get out in front here right early, he said, I'll pull over and let you go and you get 5 points so you can get back in front of the point deal. So Darrell sort of seen what we was doing then, because then he's 2 points behind. So when they have the caution flag, then Darrell stays out to get his 5 points back. Well, when he does that, then when he does make his pit stop, he gets in the back of the line. Then somebody spins out and Darrell's got to spin to miss him. He winds up losing a lap, and we wind up winning the point standing by 11 points or something like that.
Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we are getting set to go green, but boy, the field looks pretty ragged, doesn't it?
Yeah,
They're not going to start him. They're not going to start him.
No, they can't start them this way. See what happened? There were some of those drivers that had made pit stops under the green. They did not come in now. Bill Elliott is the leader of the race, but there's about 4 or 5 cars in front of him that technically are in the lead lap. Elliott was trying to pull up on the outside. He can't do that. He's got to line up behind those drivers who are still in the lead lap in front of him.
See, Earnhardt is a lap down.
He's 2 laps down.
He's 2 laps down. I mean, he's a lap down. And 2 laps down, 1 leader, 2 go by.
Does Alex Kowicki have a problem, Jerry?
Bob let's find out. We heard Alan having trouble leaving pit road. Danny Glad, is there a problem in the transmission?
Yeah, Jerry, the problem we run into is on these bigger racetracks where you have to run a taller rear end ratio. We have to run a lower first gear to get the car moving, and it's a brittle gear. They make a real expensive gear just for the application. We run it, but it's just a very brittle, it's hard on it. And we tore first gear out of the transmission. We'll have to leave the pit road in second gear, but we'll be all right.
Alan Kowicki minus first gear, guys, early on.
Let's take a look at the top 5 now. After 68 laps, it's Elliott leading. Kowicki is second, followed by Ricky Rudd, Mark Martin, and Harry Gann. Now, the points as of this moment. Allison is in 6th position, but still maintains the points lead. Kowicki is second, only 10 behind, and Bill Elliott is the leader of the race, and Elliott and Kowicki right now tied in the points. Back for the start after this. Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Jerry Punch, and John Kernan welcome you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, where we are about to go green as the largest sports crowd in Georgia history looks on. Restarting the Hooters 500, the final race of the 1992 NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
You would believe the guy running about 10th is leading the race, but that's what's happening. Bill Elliott is the leader, and all these cars are running Elliott laps now. And once again, yes.
Spencer's given this car a great ride since he's had it in
Evidently, those tires just not exactly right.
Great shot from Airship Shamu. Turns 1 and 2 here at Atlanta.
Spencer takes a spot away, puts Elliott back in 4th place.
There's our number back out.
And there is Davey Allison, who is back in the 9th position.
There's the leader now of the Wiki.
Don't go away, folks. We've got a tremendous race to settle for you. Not only a race, but a race for the championship. The grand finale of the NASCAR Winston Cup season for 1992, the Hooters 500, live from Atlanta Motor Speedway in Hampton, Georgia. We're delighted you can be with us. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. By Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man. And by Quaker State, the big Q is one tough motor oil. Well, a whale of a view comes to us from Airship Shamu. The blimp represents SeaWorld parks in Florida, California, Ohio, and Texas. Get it? Whale of a view, Benny. And as of now, Alan Kowicki has the Winston Cup by 3 points over Allison. Bill Elliott, who is running 4th in the race, would finish 3rd in the point standings. Davey has just passed Sterling Marlin,
Which now puts him back in front by 1 point.
It's too tough to keep up with. It is so close.
Well, of course, there are 5 other points to be factored in here if one of those drivers lead the most laps,
Yeah.
which that has not been determined yet. Bill Elliott probably has led more up to this point than in the race.
And the 5th place battle is between Rusty Wallace and Terry Labonte.
Wallace has it, Labonte wants it. And Bill learned just can't release one.
Jeff Gordon dropped out of the race a few laps ago, but they would not let him be a relief driver because of his rookie status. There you can see 8 cars on the lead lap in our Cranfield zone.
The reason we're not watching the lead because right now Bill Elliott just can't catch Kawicki. Kawicki's pulled out to about a 10-12 car length advantage. This is the best race on the Speedway.
Positions aren't being changed here very regularly, but these cars are running a lot closer together than they are up front. Now Kyle Petty looks to the inside of Ricky Rudd. Petty takes that car right down the white line.
You know, it's strange that Kyle Petty would run his car so low on the racetrack as he does at most racetracks. At Rocket Inn, he runs on that white line all the time, and his father was famous for running so high on the racetrack.
Richard always said the higher you run on the racetrack, the less distance you had to travel to the wall.
So his selection of racetrack is not in the genes.
It's primarily the way that race car is set up.
Mike Wallace moves up right in front of Spencer.
And the interval now between that group of cars and the leader, Alan Kawicki. Comes up to lap A. Marcus once again. Now Alan Kawicki is only 5 behind Bill Elliott.
If you enjoyed this class, please share, like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
Bonus points can very well spell the difference between who wins a championship and who doesn't, because the driver who leads the most laps gets 5.
Right now, Alan Kawicki has about a 10-point lead on Bill Elliott because Elliott has led the most laps. Kawicki is 1 position in front of him. If Kawicki moves up in front of Elliott, his laps land, that's another 5 points that he would get. That would put him 20 points in front of Bill Elliott. He was already 10 when the day started. He's 1 position in front of him. He would get 5 extra points in all laps. A total of 6 points in front of Bill Elliott.
I'm impressed.
But Benny has been there racing for this championship, so he knows.
Davey Allison asked me this morning, said, "You've been there, what do I do?" I said, "Don't ask me, it was a long time ago when I tried it."
Points as of now. This does not include the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. Kawicki on top by 10 over Will.
No, that does include Elliott leading the most laps.
Yes,
But it isn't the final.
if Kawicki goes in front the most times, then that would make it a 10-point swing for the 20 points that I talked about. And a deuce wall. Kawicki came back a little bit close to him. We see Junior and Tim Brewer talking about things, trying to figure out, are we going to just yes only? Tires, what are we going to do? John, what are they going to do down there?
Well, Tim, whenever he went to tell Junior what he wanted to do, he turned away from the camera, put his hand over his mouth, covered it so I couldn't even read his lips. So you know how Tim's such a poker player, but I think it's going to come down to, I think you'll see both of those guys duck on pit road at the same time and follow each other's lead, wouldn't you think?
Well, I'm going to predict that Bill Elliott, no, he has to make a pit stop, doesn't he? So
Petty ended the final race of his 35-year career in that way. Richard was not injured, but it was a spectacular way to end a long and illustrious career. And this is how it looked from Richard Petty's perspective. He hit Rich Bickle in the back end, also made contact with another car, and then the flames became evident from the left front of the race car. STP Pontiac. He has the car running again. There's just 2 more laps to go. becomes the 21st NASCAR Winston Cup champion. It comes in his 7th full year of Winston Cup competition. But our hats off also to Bill Elliott, who did everything he could possibly do to gain the championship, but he came up short. And Richard Petty is taking one final lap around this racetrack as the fans salute him, and his career comes to an end.
Here comes Kulwicki down the front straightaway. He and Richard will probably
Period remains out because of the accident involving Ernie and Davey Allison, whose championship hopes are now over. This is how it happened. Watch Ernie Irvan, whose car is up high on the racetrack.
right in the center of the racetrack, the yellow car. He loses control. Comes across the racetrack. When he saves it, it goes back across the racetrack right in front of Davey Allison. And again, that was the only two cars involved.
And that's how it ended for Davey.
There's Liz, Davey's wife.
Ryan Vandercook there, who does public relations for Haviland, Texaco. You can see that Liz obviously is very disappointed. It's been an emotional year for all of the Allisons.
What they say at the top of the show, whoever has the least amount of bad luck.
That is right. That's the way it's been the last few races. Not somebody winning the championship, but somebody losing it. And the car goes back into the garage.
Ryan Pemberton right there closest to us. Common caution issue with the jack stands.
They'll take a look. If they can get the car repaired, they'll put it back out there, and maybe Davey can complete a few more laps and maintain a good finish in the point standings. NASCAR Winston.
Change all four tires down here, and Kyle Petty is making entrance on the pit road. Let's go to John Kernack.
Jerry, they've already done right side tires, left side. What's going on? Kyle gets down and away. A pretty fast pit stop for the Mellow Yellow crew. Back down pit road to Jerry Bucks.
What's going on the right side and left side for the 19-year-old Chevrolet for Ernie Irvan, who would have been the lead car. They put right side tires on. The crew scampering around. They are pushing Dale Earnhardt's car. Wide again. That car fired, and now Earnhardt's car does refire as the fuel later car goes by. The car number 4 going out. Harry Jeffco 9 leaving pit road. And the car number 30 has spun. The Pennzoil Pontiac has spun. We should be seeing caution here at Atlanta.
We do see caution. Doyle Ford is waving the caution flag because of Michael Waltrip's spin.
Unbelievable. All these guys ran out of fuel, and before some of the cars could make their pit stop, the caution comes out as Michael Waltrip, the Pennzoil Pontiac, comes off the corner, and around he goes.
No contact with any other driver. The car just broke loose at the top of the racetrack in turn 2, and then he backed it into the wall on the back stretch, and then may have made contact. Don't think he did, but you could see the left front tire below there.
But boy, these points leaders, did they get Bill Elliott, Davey Allison, Alan Kulwicki had not made their pit stop. These fellas have got several of good cars a lap down now. Man, Elliott is leading the race. That's 5 bonus points.
That helps him close the gap. Trying to win his second Winston Cup championship. There he is, Bill Elliott leading the race. Second is Alan Kulwicki.
Now then, when they make their pit stop, will Davey stay on the racetrack, lead the race, and get 5 bonus points? Will Kulwicki? What do you think?
Well, I don't know. They're going to be giving up a lot of track position.
I know they are. Let's see how this plays out.
And they
Boy, don't you know these radios are going back and forth. What do we do? Hey, guys. NASCAR's Winter Circle program in 1993, Ned.
Well, that's the first time probably in 10 years.
It's 10 years that NASCAR's been off the Winter Circle program. Only 9 cars are eligible, and there's been 9 cars this year that have won twice. Earnhardt only won once.
You were talking about the driver who can pick up 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. At this point, Bill Elliott has led the most, 85. But we're not finished yet. In fact, we've got 105 laps to go.
Speaking of Elliott, here he comes back. Jimmy Spencer passed him just a couple of laps ago. Now Elliott trying to get back by Spencer.
Since Jimmy Spencer and Bobby Allison teamed up in this car at Charlotte, they have had a 4th, an 11th, a 5th, and currently Jimmy Spencer is running in 3rd position. Being pursued by Bill Elliott.
We tuned in the Cincinnati Niger race from Hickory last week, and you saw Jimmy Spencer bump Joe Nemechek. Everyone thought it was deliberate. I talked to Spencer about that, not on tape, but I talked to him about it. He said, I would never be that stupid. I like the boy. He said there was a car coming down pit road. Honest to God, I thought the guy was coming on the racetrack, so I went up in the middle of the racetrack.
Here's a field snapshot as you watch for your favorite driver and use the clock to tell how far behind the leader he is running on the racetrack. We started the clock when the leader, Alan Kulwicki, tripped the line. And here he comes, completing the lap in 31.9 seconds. Now I have trouble adding subtracting. Let me see if I can figure it out in my head as to how fast this car is going to here. 171.7 miles an hour, Benny, on that lap.
Thank you, Kenny Martin.
And Elliott has passed Jimmy Spencer and gone to 3rd. Here's how it happened.
Going down the back straightaway, has position on the inside, goes in the corner, and Spencer graciously backs up, lets him take the spot away.
I believe this set of tires might have been a little bit tight on Elliott's car. Now that they're getting heated up, it seems to be coming back in a little bit.
Elliott is in 3rd. Kulwicki is the leader. Davey Allison running 7th. As the points battle has boiled down to these 3 drivers, Mark Martin is already out of the race if you're just joining us. And Richard Petty also retired from competition, and not the way he wanted to. It was an off-pit crash. He's okay, but out of his last Winston Cup race. Back in just a moment. Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, where Alan Kulwicki in the Hooters 4 leads the Hooters 500. And the average speed of the race at this point is a little over 131 miles an hour. Bill Elliott is on the move. He has taken over 2nd place from Ernie Irvin.
Two of the front cars have made pit stops. Jimmy Spencer just came in, looked like they just topped the gas tank off. That doesn't make sense.
What was that all about?
I don't know. And Sterling Marlin was just in. They changed tires on his car.
All kinds of interesting things going on here. And it has been an interesting race to this point. It got off on a very bad note because as they completed lap number 1, we had the first crash of the race. It involved Brett Bodine in number 26 and the pole sitter Rick Mast. Bodine with hard contact on the outside wall. Hut Strickland came along and hit Brett very, very hard. Both of those 2 drivers have been sent to a local hospital. During the fracas, it was Hut Strickland who hit the left rear of Davey Allison's car, upsetting the car somewhat. However, Davey has not let it bother him too much. Then
If you
later in
enjoyed
the
this
race,
dance,
another
please
multi-car
share,
tangle.
like,
as
Right
Nicholas
moment,
Ken Schrader
and
came
also
down.
the
Also
right.
involved, Darrell Waltrip, Wally Dallenbach Jr., and King Richard Petty. You can see flames from a car in the middle of the straightaway. He took the car down to the inside of the racetrack and in fact parked it near a fire truck. But Richard Petty...
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed. Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour. Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely, it's not a disaster, it just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person, but the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply be...
Race is just about a third over. There are 328 laps in this event, and we're now at 109. If points were awarded right now, Allison would be the winner. Winston Cup is running second. Kawicki would finish second with points. He's running fifth, and Elliott would be third. And now, Mark Martin is trying to put Dale Earnhardt a lap down again.
He's closed up on the back bumper of Earnhardt. And he's running high, Mark running low.
And a good battle back of those guys as Alan Kawicki has pulled alongside of Bill Elliott and now tries to take the position away. They come down the back stretch and it looked like they may have touched as they came off the corner.
They were awfully close, there's no doubt about it.
There was $1 million at stake. The Winston Cup champion not only wins that title, which is in the stock car world enough, he also wins $1 million.
Kawicki going down. That time drove in alongside Bill Elliott. Ready to come off the corner once again. Very, very close to touching as they go down the back straightaway. You see Kawicki back off as they go in the corner. Remember that second lap crash between Brett Bodine and Rick Wilson? You see he doesn't want to go in there. He doesn't have to lean on. That's why he backs off going in the corner.
I was going to say he gets cleanly around him, but no, Elliott just won't give up while Ricky Watt says, I may make this a 3-horse race.
I say Rick Wilson, I mean Rick Mast.
We're going to see Rick Wilson next year.
Ricky Rudd pulls on the back of Kawicki, gets him a little bit loose. He tries to take that spot away.
Remember a year ago at this time, Ricky Rudd was in the thick of the points battle, but 1992 has not been as good to him. He is 7th in points, and John Kernan is with the King.
Well, Richard Petty is sitting down here in the garage area. Richard, they're working on the car. Apparently you're okay, but you're going to try and get the STP Pontiac fixed.
Well, we're looking to see what's going on. It busted the oil cooler in the radiator, and caught on fire, and I drove down there to a fire truck and got it put out. But I don't know that when I busted the oil cooler that it didn't run out of oil and mess up the bearings. So first thing I got to do is put it back together and then crank it up, and still got oil pressure. We might go out and run a few laps. The oil pressure's messed up, naturally that's all over with, but no front fenders or nothing on it right now. It's tore up pretty bad.
You know, you'd rather go out in a blaze of glory, but you're almost out in a blaze today.
Yeah, wasn't the kind of blaze of glory I wanted to go out in, but the main thing is nobody got hurt in the wreck, and I've spent 35 years doing this, and I'm still walking around talking, so good Lord looked after me for a long time.
Now, if you don't get it fixed to get back out, will you still be hanging around for the end of the race ceremonies that were scheduled?
Well, we'll sort of play that beer according to what everybody wants to do, and we'll take care of everybody.
All right, Richard Petty, despite the car catching on fire and sitting here in the garage in his last race, manages to flash that famous Petty smile.
And I hope that they can get that car back in. I would like to see the car on the racetrack when the checkered flag drops. Well, Mark Martin is still the leader. Those 24-degree banks don't look very steep running that street, do they?
No, they don't, not from inside that race car. Believe me, that's exactly the view you see from inside that seat. They look about flat.
Bill Elliott continues to lead in the Budweiser Junior Johnson and Tim Brewer. There's second place Kowicki and third Mark Martin. Now Jerry indicated that about lap 147 was the target for a pit stop on the Martin car. 47 occurred at lap 147 occurred, so maybe he will be coming in this lap.
If you enjoyed this dance, please share, like, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
Here comes Earnhardt.
He ran out of gas. He didn't want to do that again. That's right. He was hoping for a caution, but he didn't get it. So he comes in this time, Jerry. He's not taking a chance of running out of gas. He's heading towards you.
Absolutely not, Ned. This is a scheduled pit stop for Dale Earnhardt, and he is pitting down at the far end of pit road, right beside where they are waiting for Martin Martin to come in. In fact, Martin should be coming in next time by. Earnhardt brings the Goodrich Chevrolet to a stop. And he had come from 2 laps down, the car running very well. They think that it may not have been a valve spring, quite honestly. They now think he may have a pinhole in the header causing the car to shudder a little bit. And that's why the car is still running as well as it is. They have changed right side tires. Now put the left side Goodyear Eagles on. Back with the lug nuts, fill it up with fuel, get ready to pull the jack, and Earnhardt is away.
Now he'll find himself until the leader's pit about 2 laps down. They have a pit stop coming up. If they don't get caught like they did before with that caution coming out, it could still be okay.
Bernard's most recent win here in Atlanta was in 1990 spring race. Last time he won a fall race was in '89. There's Elliott continuing to lead. It looks like he has stretched out the advantage a little bit on Kowicki and Mark Martin. Martin staying out there.
Seems to be running. He's coming in now. He's coming in the pits this lap.
Down off the banking. Making sure he absorbs the speed limit on pit road, which is 55 miles an hour. Jerry, from the roof cam, we see him headed toward you.
And Mark Martin was trying to make this car last as many laps as he could, realizing the other leaders should be in between lap 154 and 157. He made it 3 extra laps, but the car was just going away. So now he brings the Valvoline Ford Thunderbird to a stop on pit road. Right side tires going on. Very, very diligently cleaning the windshield. Remember, as the sun gets lower here in the afternoon, that is a critical part of the pit stop. Getting that windshield clean so the driver can see. Now left side tires going on. They'll be able to correct that loose race car. All lugged up to Johnson. He is down and away.
24-second pit stop for Mark Martin as he stays below that white white line and gets it back on the track. John Kernan, Ricky Rudd is in. It's a fourth. Keeping the bonus point situation because the leader of the most laps will pick up 5 extra points, and that could be the determining factor.
Well, right now, that would tie. If Davey Allison is in 6th spot, that would tie Alan Kulwicki and Davey Allison. Allison will still be the champion because he's won more races than Kulwicki, but it's so close.
I'm telling you, this is something. It was everything that we had hoped it would be. Big rest formation being lined on the backstretch.
Kyle Petty's a lap down.
Still has to pass the car. Hasn't been quite fast enough to get back in the lead lap.
There are 9 cars on the lead lap. Kyle is 10th. Look at Elliott. Giving Alan a little encouragement, huh?
He's not trying. He's not letting Alan get any advantage on him, is he?
coming off of corner number 4.
Davey has got his car moving.
Yeah, he's trying to pull away.
But he can't steer it.
But it won't turn.
It won't turn. The right front will not work. Oh, no, the right front won't work.
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly, as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed.
If you enjoyed these drums, please share,
Same,
like,
125 grams
write
of
a
self-raising
comment,
flour.
and don't forget to subscribe.
Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. Oh, I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely. I mean, it's not a disaster. It just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you.
Emotional season has come to an end.
Folks, I hope you don't think that I'm pulling for Davey Oscar. I just hate to see it, because we had everything going so much. Their earning goes up high. We see the 4 car, and all of a sudden the car just goes around. He loses control. When he saves it, he comes back right in front of Davey Allison. I think that was the only 2 cars involved in the crash.
So often we're criticized for showing partiality to one driver or another. I really have no concerns as to who wins the championship. The best man will win it. but I'm glad to see the Davey Allison's out of the car okay.
Yeah, he knows his
it's over.
Championship hopes are over.
But there will be other years, there's no question about that, and I'm sure as Davey will tell you, if we do have an interview with him, he waves to the fans as he gets in the ambulance that regardless of what has happened here, he's had a tremendous season.
Once again, we'll watch Rusty Wallace. Ernie goes by when he gets the car sideways. Rusty gets by. Comes back across the racetrack right directly in front of Davey Allison.
Jerry Punch.
Guys, obviously the mood here in the Davey Allison pit is quite somber, but let me tell you what Larry McReynolds said. You talk about a competitor. Now, Larry McReynolds is the crew chief for Davey Allison. He turned and said, guys, the championship may be over, but we're going to fix this car and still fight for third, fourth, fifth, somewhere in the points. We're not going to quit. And off they took, running up pit road to try to wait for the car to be pulled in. So, believe me, there is no quit.
If you enjoyed this drums, please share,
For
like,
the second time since 1979 will the points leader going into this final race not win the Winston Cup Championship. Davey Allison's Texaco Havoline Ford is on the record, headed back toward the garage area. And Davey Allison is in the ambulance. He'll be checked over at the infield medical center, but he was okay when he got out of the car, waving to the fans as they saluted his attempt to win the Winston Cup that has come to an end here near lap 250. We'll take a break and be back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Front straightaway right at the start-finish line here in Atlanta as the 7th caution.
It may just be a vibrating exhaust pipe. So he ran another lap. He backed off the throttle for about half a lap. So he gave back the full throttle. I think it's okay, guys. I believe we're going to be all right. So they just, everyone's heart skipped a beat down here in the Havoline pit.
He has dropped from 6th to 9th position. Special program, Portrait of a King, that will be immediately following our live telecast of this Hooters 500. Dave Despain will be hosting that program, and it is a dandy. Elliott, the Georgia native, in front of his hometown fans, leads the Hooters 500.
About 15 car lengths behind Bill. He's steadily, inch by inch, gaining on the Budweiser Ford. And when I mean inch by inch, that's basically what it is, just inches.
Not too far in front. You saw him there, Harry Gant is about to go a lap down. Dale Earnhardt just went around Harry Gant, so he has made up a lap on him. Really, Earnhardt's still running out in front of Elliott. And so now Gant has dropped to 12th. Earnhardt is 11th, but not too far from going a lap down. This car is definitely on the pace a little bit now from what it was earlier.
There's Dale Earnhardt, who led earlier in this event, then lost a lap and gained it back.
Lost 2 laps, really. He was down 2 laps at one time, but got one lap back. He's still there.
And there's Harry Gant, who is 12th, and the last car on the lead lap as Bill Elliott tries now to lap him, making it just 11 cars.
He closed right up on the back of him again. And here he goes on the outside of Harry. Puts him a lap down.
Dave Marcus, now he'll try to pass him.
And finally, it's very reasonable because it says China is obviously open for dialogue, and only through dialogue is peace can be resolved, not through one-sided irrational. So overall, that would be my impression of the life.
Punch has a comment on Dale Earnhardt.
Guys, Richard Childress just told me a minute ago that Earnhardt radioed the group that he thinks he may have broken a valve spring. The car is beginning to flutter a little bit, not running as strong as it was early on. He's running awfully well because the car is starting to flutter a little more. You won't know when they make their first pit stop, which should be in about 6 or 7 laps.
Well, I could believe that because what Earnhardt has done when he's moved up high on the racetrack, he's made it a larger racetrack, so the RPMs are going to be excessive, which the first thing on high RPMs, the first thing you break is a valve spring.
We'll watch the situation very closely regarding the driver who now leads the Hooters 500, Dale Earnhardt. We'll be back with more in just a moment at Atlanta.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace almost contact on pit road. Earnhardt has run out of fuel. He radioed the crew just a moment ago, said the fuel pressure gauge has fluctuated. Guys, I got to come in now. And Rusty Wallace is pushing him, trying to give him an assistance down pit road. They are running very, very slowly, and Earnhardt is totally out of fuel. Car number 3 is not running. He is coasting down pit road. Richard Childress and the crew standing here with a bottle of ether to try to get the car refired. And now it quietly, can you believe the luck that Dale Earnhardt has had in 1992? The Goodrich crew goes to work. They will
now. Davey Allison would win by 6 points over Kulwicki, by 11 over Bill Elliott. This thing is very, very close.
It is tightening up.
Whoa. 6 points.
There's Davey. There is Spencer, the number 12 car. And leg speed.
He'll make the lap down to these two cars. Start running equally as well as Allison or Spencer's.
Just as we were talking about Morgan Shepherd, slowing on the racetrack just before the big wreck happened. Well, Morgan is still out there running for his fans. He is 3 laps down, currently being shown in 27th position, but the sit-go Ford is still out there running.
There they are. Morgan Shepherd inside the Sitco Ford.
He's running pretty good now. I don't know what might have happened if he had an ignition go out or what happened, but he seems to be running fairly strong right now.
Following email from no reply address at Homeland Security.
In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lightness, but I have to, because because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. And you remember I said earlier that, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache to ice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy smooth kind of delight of an icing.
See the Ken Schrader car, the white car, spinning. Also Dick Trickle, the dark car, spinning. As they go down the straightaway, other cars start going in the crash. There's Darrell Waltrip spinning. Dallenbach hits him. Bickle's in the mix. And Darrell and Richard Petty runs into Darrell Waltrip, knocks the oil cooler off his car. The oil goes back on the exhaust system, and there's where the fire came from.
Look at that hood way up in the air off Schrader's car.
Schrader spinning. He finally comes to a stop.
Well, Kenny Schrader got knocked around pretty good in that crash, and here's Jerry Punch.
And the good news, Bob, is Kenny is okay. Kenny, what happened out there?
Trickle's right behind me, and I went in turn on top, and he was like in the middle, and I turned from the top to the middle to get underneath Dale Jarrett, and he must have been a little tight. We just run out of space coming off 4. I mean, he caught me in the left rear just a little bit, but it's real tight over there, and I was trying to get underneath somebody, and he was trying to get underneath me, and we just run out of space.
Took some pretty heavy looks. Did you see Richard Petty come by?
No, I just saw a lot of smoke, a lot of stuff hitting.
Ken Schrader's car heavily damaged. He's okay. We might mention that Wally Dallenbach, Dick Trickle, and the other drivers, most of them have walked past here and smiled and waved, even in defeat, guys.
And there's Ken Schrader's badly damaged Kodiak Chevrolet. He'll be back with the Rick Hendrick team in 1993.
With AC Delco as the sponsor.
Now here's a replay from the in-car camera of Richard Petty.
Oh, this ought to be good. There's Dallenbach right in front. Uh-oh, smoke. Oh, that's Rich Bickley ran into.
I thought it was Waltrip too.
Well, he hit Waltrip after Bickle had hit Waltrip and spun him around, yeah.
And you can see the flames coming out. We'll take a look at it again here in a moment. The car of Wally Dallenbach Jr. on the rollback. He took a good knock too. Napa Field summary, the way the cars crossed the line last lap. Jeff Gordon running in 16th position. Interesting statistic, as we mentioned, that Richard Petty is making his 1185th start in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. If the schedule remains the same at 29 or 30 races, Jeff Gordon will start his 1185th NASCAR Winston Cup race when he is 61 years old. Side by side with his teammate Sterling Marlin in the battle for 6th position.
And if Junior calls Sterling and tells him to back off, I don't think he will.
Junior will not, let's make it Sterling Marlin will not be driving for Junior next year. This is his final race with the Junior Johnson team.
You think it'd be like what Dick Beatty said in the drivers' meeting this morning? Les Richter, the competition director for all of NASCAR, introduced Dick Beatty. Of course, this is Dick Beatty's last race as the competition director for the Winston Cup Series. And he said, no, Beatty was introducing Richter, said, here's my boss. He said, until dark.
There is Davey Allison and Alan Kulwicki.
So this is 1-2. Kulwicki second in the Winston Cup standings. Davey Allison leading. Kulwicki took off like he had a good race car, like he was going to the front. He now is mired down and really can't make the passes.
And Davey's car doesn't appear to be that much affected by the damage to the left rear.
Only one victory for the defending Winston Cup champion this year.
Here's an Autolite field summary for you. Watch for your favorite driver. This is how they crossed the line last time around. One lap ago. We're
and instead of 1 hour in the cleaning holding cell in Washington, D.C., they'll get disappeared to the Panama.
If you enjoyed this dance, please share, like, comment, and don't
It has changed some with radial tires in particular with the different settings of the front end to accommodate the radials. But Earnhardt lost power steering, wasn't it, at Bristol? One of the toughest tracks on the circuit, going to win the race.
Yeah, you're right, Rod has an 82-point lead on Darrell Waltrip in the point standings. There's King Richard Petty, who is at the moment out of the Hooters 500, being led by Mark Martin.
If you enjoyed these drums, please share, like, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
Possibly it may be something less than inside the as they get the halfway point here in the season finale.
Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose. Still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is. I'll show you. Hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. You remember I said earlier that, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache, twice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy, smooth kind of delight of an icing.
If you enjoyed these drums, please share, like, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed. Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour. Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely, it's not a disaster, it just won't be as light. Great, And we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace Cupcakes. And you remember I said earlier that, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache to ice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a sort of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy, smooth kind of delight of an icing.
If you enjoyed these drums, please share, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
Is going to lead this lap by a half a car length. Here comes Bill Budd. Takes the lead, Budd. That's the way to go for a championship. And the fans at home, I hope, are loving it, because we are. And Ernie Irvin watching all this. He's getting closer and closer. He sure is. Watch, he's right on the back bumper of both these cars now. Again, once again, it's going up and down. Never stops. We can see through the wheel. And how about Morgan Shepherd? And this is interesting that the sponsors have managed to find where we have our cameras and put their signature on it. I tell you what, Ned, that's a trick spring there. I've never seen a spring like that in a rear car.
I didn't know Sittengo made a spring.
No, I didn't. The top five: Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan, Jeff Bodine, Rusty Wallace, and Bill Elliott, as 44 of 328 laps have been completed. Points as of now, look how close it is. 4 separating Allison and Kulwicki. Elliott is third in the points if they were to be awarded right now, but we've got a long way to go. And Ernie Irvan has caught Dale Earnhardt. Dale was several car lengths ahead a few laps ago, and Ernie now has caught up with him.
Well, I think Ned pointed out that Dale Earnhardt started running the high groove and was able to pass Ernie Irvan. Irvan saw Earnhardt up there and said, hey, I think I'll venture up and see what's happening up there. When he did that, he closed up on the back bumper of Dale Earnhardt. Now, Jeff Bodine has been running on the bottom of the racetrack. He's ventured up to the top of the racetrack, and he seems to be getting a little closer. Well, we see him on the bottom right there, but he's closed up on the back bumper of Irvin, or almost on the back bumper.
Jimmy Means goes a lap down, and the Hurley Limo car sponsorship on that this week. That's the black car there at the bottom of the racetrack.
There's Rich Bickle on the black and green car that Earnhardt's going by. There goes Rusty Wallace. There's Bill Elliott. Got a good run going in the same straightaway.
So certainly among those eligible for the championship, Bill is furthest up in the standings right now and having the best run, but
I think Quick is just one position behind Bill. Yes, that's correct. We don't see him in the picture, but he is the next car behind Bill Elliott. So right now, Kulwicki is in front of Elliott as far as points are concerned. Elliott's running more in the middle of the racetrack than the Chevrolets of Irvin and Earnhardt.
Elliott has been through all of this before. In 1988, he won the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. So in that respect, he is a veteran, so to speak. There is Alan Kulwicki.
And Irvin tries to get on the inside of Earnhardt down in 1 and 2. Not able to make it. And I tell you what, Jeff Bodine has caught this duo.
Jeff is hanging in there in third spot. There he is, running the low part of the track.
High down in 1 and 2. Here goes Davey Allison trying to get by Sterling Marlin. But you see, now he is driving defense. Oh, there's that car down there, Jimmy Horton. The Active Racing Chevrolet was on the bottom of the racetrack. That's why Davey backed up.
Yeah, he didn't need to get in there and get himself in a position like Zone Arc.
Jerry O'Neill,
ran up on a car, ran into it.
They're the leaders, so Davey almost exactly a half a lap down. Here's Irvin once again. Jeff still, now he is back on the bottom of the racetrack. Here he comes on the...
By calculations, Kulwicki would be really close at lap 307, but right now, guys, hey, it's lap 307. So we are told that possibly Kulwicki will try to make it for 308, 309, can make it. The car number 12 on pit road, Jimmy Spencer, and we're awaiting the arrival of Alan Kulwicki and Bill Elliott.
Jerry, it's hard to understand why they would even gamble. When they got to stop anyway, why would they gamble on going 2 or 3 more laps?
I guess they're just terrified that a caution flag might come out and put them a lap down to 4 or 5 good race cars.
But if they only take on fuel, they won't lose a lap. Those cars running up front.
I don't know. We'll have to see just how long it takes them to go down pit road with the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Jimmy Spencer relinquished 4th position, came in, got right side tires and gas, and is back out there. Rusty Wallace now on pit road, giving up 3rd position.
Once more goes by, does not come in the pits.
It'll just be gas for Rusty.
Well, Kyle Petty just blew an engine. I believe the car was smoking going into turn 1. He's right behind the leaders.
And Rusty must have been out of fuel and finally get the car pushed off, and away he goes.
Rusty also, we understand, does not have 1st gear like Allen.
We'll see his Allen going through this time.
I believe he's well, I thought so.
Elliott is way up on the racetrack.
Well, it stays out there.
Yeah, he does.
But he can't run out of gas down the front straightaway. He loses everything if he runs out now.
Yeah, that seems like it's just rolling the dice a little too much. Jerry, what are they thinking now?
They told Allen to pit that time by. Their calculations are it may not make it back. They said, you've got to come in. As he went very high in turn 4, he must have just heard him and he was already past pit entry. Now he will come around and come in this lap. And he let Bill go by. And now we'll watch for Alan Kulwicki to make it down pit road. And how long it will take him to get gas only and be able to get back on the racetrack. Drama playing out here in the final laps at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
He raised the hand and said, Bill, you go right on. I'm headed for pit road because I need some gas. And here he comes down slowly, 55 miles an hour. Less than 4 seconds for fuel. Derek Cope was right behind him for a pit stop.
Man, could he have done enough fuel in the car in 2.5 seconds?
Well, I wonder about that, Jerry. Look at that can. Did he get enough of it in there?
I tell you, the can still looks awfully heavy. And you got to wonder, they're going to bring the can over and weigh it. That's how you determine how much fuel they got in that can. And you've got to wonder, boy, wouldn't that be something that losing on about 1.5 seconds fuel, so they just put the can back up, they probably don't even want to know.
Now, there's not much they can do about it now. If they didn't get enough,
If you
he
enjoyed the
doesn't make
class,
it.
please share,
That's
like,
it.
write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
I don't know how quick a can will empty nowadays. They have certainly got it down to the site so that they can get it out of there in a hurry. They might be able to get 10 gallons out of there in a lap.
Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because if you chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely. I mean, it's not a disaster. It just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on.
Exactly right. Bill Elliott has been told that he needs to pass the 7 car. Well, what he's trying to do every lap with every ounce of horsepower that Budweiser Ford will muster. Now, Alan Kulwicki has been told by Danny Glad and the crew he must keep the 11 car behind him because if he gets past, he may not lead the most laps and he may lose the race and the championship. So these guys are running wide open these last few laps. This is what a championship is all about.
That Bill Elliott won at the beginning of the season. He had an incident at Daytona. He was very much a contender in that race, but then after Daytona he won 4 in a row. And the number of races won this year if the points are tied when the checkered flag waves.
You see a piece of tape on the grill? Here's Earnhardt going to lap down. Laps led today. Bill has led 85. Kulwicki has led 70. If Allen can lead 30 more laps and give him 100, Bill Elliott could lead the last lap, could win the race. Kulwicki could still win the championship by 5 points.
It isn't over yet, fans. Stay with us. The championship is still to be determined between Alan Kulwicki and Bill Elliott. Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway in Hampton, Georgia, about 20 miles south of Atlanta, where the NASCAR Winston Hooters 500 is 281 laps old. It has come down to a battle between Alan Kulwicki and Bill Elliott for not only the championship, but for the lead of this race. They are first and second.
Let me throw another thing in the mix. Kulwicki doesn't have first gear. Now, if they make a pit stop, he has to take off in second gear. That's going to hurt him a little bit. Give Bill Elliott an advantage on the pit stop. That's why Kulwicki is so important and he leads all these laps up until that last pit stop.
And Jerry Punch has a comment on pit road.
And Benny, when you think about what might happen right now, it seems that both the teams might consider just doing a gas and go around lap 306 and 307. And if that were to happen, obviously that would be a big advantage for Bill Elliott with first gear.
So, I'm telling you, this thing is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But once again, if Kulwicki can lead about 30, 40 more laps, he can still win the championship. Here's a good battle. It's Spencer in the 12 car, Ricky Rudd,
Kyle Petty.
And us in 5th, 6th, and 7th. The number 2 car of Rusty Wallace leads the parade down the backstretch, and he is 5th.
So Jeff Bodine is running 3rd. He's pretty far in front of this group.
To the inside.
We talked about Rudd getting a relief driver earlier on, but once they fix the power steer, make that call. I'm not going, here comes Bill, here comes Allen.
Let's see what Davey does. Davey's to the inside. Yeah, he's coming in. Mark Martin is in. Ricky Rudd and others. Very slowly down pit road.
All these cars that you see coming down pit road have not pitted. Jerry Punch, you're the comment.
And Kulwicki's Hooters crew will go to work on that car. Car number 7 on the bottom of your screen. You're watching the Haviland crew on the top of your screen. Two competing teams trying to win a race and win a championship. Watching the Haviland crew now, right side. Tires already going on. Left side lug nuts coming off. They have fueled the car. They have yet to work on that body damage on the left rear of the Haviland car. Meanwhile, Alan Kulwicki cannot get his car in gear 5. Gets in gear car number 11. Exit road. That is the Budweiser car for Elliott. And now Davey Allison heads back to turn 1.
Alan Kulwicki had exactly that same problem in Charlotte during the running of the Mellow Yellow 500. Made the pit stop. When they let the jack down, he let the clutch out. The car would not move. You can imagine what's wrong with that car, but he had exactly the same problem in Charlotte.
Elliott was the first to get off pit road.
And Kyle Petty, according to my calculations here, gentlemen, is the only driver of the 6 who are in the points chase who had made a green flag pit stop. He was coming out of the pits just as the caution was coming out.
Certainly it hurt Kyle Petty's chances of winning the championship here this afternoon. But again, we've got a long way to go as the second caution waves over Atlanta Motor Speedway. King Richard Petty in his final NASCAR Winston Cup race is currently in 26th position. 65 starts here in Atlanta, 6 wins, 22 top 5 finishes. And we now recall another magical moment in Richard Petty's history in this Petty memory.
This Richard Petty memory is brought to you by the First Brands Corporation, makers of STP gas treatment. 1979, the championship is on the line between Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip at Ontario, California. But the King collects his 7th title in what may have been his most challenging crown.
The most gratifying would have been the 7th championship in '79. It came down to the last race at California, in Ontario, California, and I think he was 3 points ahead of us or something like that. Where one position would make a difference. It was a deal that Betty Baker, I think, would sit on pole, and he was up front, and I was up front qualifying. And Betty told me, he said, you know, said, we get out in front here right early, said, I'll pull over and let you go, and you get 5 points, so you get back in front of the point deal.
Are under caution from the Hooters 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Here are the top 10. Alan Kulwicki leads. Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvin, Terry Labonte. 6 through 10, Davey Allison, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, and Kyle Petty. Beautiful overhead view of Atlanta Motor Speedway as a record crowd has gathered to watch this event. If points were awarded right now, Davey Allison would win the Winston Cup. Kulwicki would finish second, then Elliott, Kyle Petty, Harry Gant, and Mark Martin. Davey Allison 6th, Kulwicki is the leader, and Elliott is second at this point. Now tonight on ESPN, at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific, it's the New York Giants against the Denver Broncos. Don't miss it. NFL action tonight on ESPN, the Giants and the Broncos. We'll have more of our live coverage from Atlanta Motor Speedway after this. Under our 6th caution of the day at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and our congratulations to Kenny Henderson, 41-year-old from Cleveland, Alabama, who knew that Ernie Irvin was leading at the halfway point and won a beautiful Chevrolet Lumina in the Gillette Halfway Challenge. We congratulate Kenny Henderson. He'll be tooling around the streets of Cleveland, Alabama in a brand new Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Well, there have been pit stops made, but now there is some very interesting strategy regarding what we do this point forward. Jerry Punch with an explanation.
Bob, you think your calculator is busy? Behind me, Danny Glad and the crew are working to try to get the pit calculation done. They pitted with 86 laps to go. They know they can make it about 64 or 65 laps on fuel. That brings them on pit road on lap 306 to 308 with 20 or 22 laps remaining. The big question mark then, what do they do? Gas only, 2 tires, and that's going to be the big gamble that can determine who wins the Winston Cup title.
All those questions and a lot more will be answered here in the next hour or so as we get down to the conclusion of this race. The big question, of course, who is going to win the NASCAR Winston Cup title is still very much undecided at this point. Next time around, and we'll resume the Hooters 500, being led at the moment by Alan Kulwicki. Now, as of a couple of laps ago, and Kulwicki has led both of those, Elliott had led 85 laps, Martin 47, Earnhardt 44. Now Kulwicki has led 41. If those of you who are
Morgan Shepherd right now, Bob, is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. The Citgo Ford is really running fast, but he's 3 laps down, unfortunately. But whatever the problem was, they got it fixed.
Yeah, he is in 22nd position, but back up to speed. Here's an on-the-line field summary for you. Watch for your favorite driver.
Another great run for Jimmy Spencer up in 3rd spot, and look at Davey Allison back in 8th.
11 cars are on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is Dale Earnhardt.
Here again, now 2 laps down. Bobby Hillin in the 90 car, sponsored today by Wrangler. Wrangler jeans, that was our sponsor for so long.
Lake Speed now finds himself 8 laps in. Going earlier, but obviously the car not performing. He's 8 laps off the pace.
And there we see Earnhardt and Bill Elliott about to put Earnhardt another lap down.
A lap down, yeah.
A lap down there. Right now, Earnhardt is in the lead lap. He's going a lap down. Watch as he goes high. Elliott running on the bottom of the racetrack. And here, Allison about to lose another spot. And if Sterling Marlin gets by, that would put Alan Kulwicki in the lead for the Winston Cup. He's only 2 points ahead. It's 4 points. The difference in these 2 spots. If Sterling Marlin can get by.
Track and offended NASCAR and everybody else, but we weren't going to be able to do anything about the situation. But you know, just park it. And I'd have to just say I'm awful proud of Jack Roush and Steve Neal and this whole Valvoline team, and I want to thank Goodyear for putting us on the greatest radials I've ever driven on here, and thank Folgers for hanging in there with us this year. We've had a real good year, and we've got a lot to look forward to next year.
That's right. They certainly do have a lot to look forward to. In fact, Steve Neal says they're already working towards 1993. Bob?
2 wins in 1992 for Mark Martin at Martinsville and at Charlotte. His year is over as the Valvoline Ford is behind the wheel. Well, things have kind of settled down here as we have completed 174 laps on this event. Bill Elliott is leading over Alan Kulwicki. We'll be back in just a moment. Very closely. They have been told that there may be a problem with the car. Now there is Rusty Wallace on the racetrack trying to pass him. Davey hasn't seemed to have slowed up.
If you enjoy these drums, please share, like,
Watch that
write a
situation
comment,
very
and
carefully.
don't forget to subscribe.
Jerry can you update us?
While we were in commercial, Bob, Davey just yelled to the crew, I think I've run over something on the track and cut a left front tire. They all scampered up to the pit wall with tires. Davey said, wait a minute. He said, I may not be cut.
Richard Petty directing the fire extinguishers. And now we move to more recent activity as Alan Kulwicki was able to pass Bill Elliott just a few laps ago and take the lead of the Hooters 500. And that's the situation as we speak. Alan Kulwicki is in front. Bill Elliott is running second. And Ernie Irvin is running in third position.
There's a live shot of Alan Kulwicki down in turns 1 and 2, next in turn 2. He's doing everything he can to win a championship. Davey Allison, meanwhile, doing everything he can to protect his championship. Allison is now working his way up to 6th spot.
And those two incidents that you mentioned, namely the pit stops by Spencer and Sterling Marlin, actually helped Davey.
Oh, yeah, moving up to position, that's 10 points.
There's Bill Elliott.
Actually, I think it's 9 points from where he was, but definitely helped.
Here's Elliott trying his best to do all that he can do. He has led the most laps of anyone.
Looking for the 28 car. There he is. Just ahead of Ricky
Rudd did fix his power steering problem the last time.
Yeah, they had the hood up on the time Chevrolet, and they did make some repairs. Let's find out why Jimmy Spencer came in for some gas, John.
Complicated than that, Bob. He came down on pit road because there was a big piece of paper stuck to the grill, and the engine was overheating. He may have stayed out a little bit too long because the crew just told me that they think the motor's about to blow. And also, Sterling Marlin changed 4 tires. He apparently felt like he had one going down.
That's the update on the 12 car. Sterling Marlin, as mentioned, also came in for an unscheduled pit stops, and both of those came just 30 laps after their regularly scheduled pit stops. We may be a little premature in telling you that Richard Petty is out of the race because they're working on the car. Hopefully he'll be on the track when the checkered flag drops. If points were awarded right now, Davey Allison would be champion, Kulwicki second, and Bill Elliott third.
Bracket for the break.
A lot of thoughts are being traded down there. We'll see what they do when Davey comes in for his next pit stop. Meanwhile, Jeff Bodine has gotten around Sterling Marlin, and now Jeff has his sights set on Davey.
And he is much faster than Davey Allison right now. Race for 8th spot.
Oh, and a car on the wall. It's Dale Earnhardt in turn 2. And this is the caution that Davey needed to come in and get that work done if they're going to do it.
Boy, oh boy. Davey, you're living right today. Gets a caution flag at the right time.
Bill Elliott has just put a lap on Dale Earnhardt.
If you
Earnhardt's
enjoyed
car
this
is
guys, please
moving
share,
at the
like,
bottom of the
write
racetrack
a comment, and
down the
don't forget to
backstretch, but he made contact with the wall in turn 2.
Looks like you got the left side pretty flat. Looks like the left side has been flattened out on that race car.
Yeah. It's our 5th caution of the day, and it comes on lap 203. As we're 125 laps away from the conclusion of this race. Joey Knuckles wearing the crew cam, waiting on Davey to come in.
We see Larry McReynolds, that's Larry, the crew chief, talking to Davey. Telling Davey what they're planning on doing when he comes in the pits. Still talking to Davey. Now the pace car has picked up the field. So the next time they'll be coming in the pits.
The pits will be open. There is the pace car with the field in tow. Coming through corner number 3 now. As Davey Allison catches up to the rear of the field.
You think you've seen confusion before? Just wait till he gets in the pits and they start trying to drill holes and pop rivet and tape and... Man, I wish I was there just to watch it. We see it's got some damage on the left front of that car. Something's hit the left front.
Well, Elliott, Kowicki, Spencer, Irvin, Rudd, Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte, Allison, Jeff Bodine, and Sterling Marlin all are on pit road. Jerry Davey is coming to you.
And pit road is extremely busy right now. Here is Davey Allison in the pits, and the crew now going to work on the crew cam. Now you watch Joey Knuckles rip off that right front tire. Put the right front tire back in place. Meanwhile, the crew now hustling around, trying to pull some of the air dam out of the front of the car. And now, 77 down both. Elliott and Kowicki have exited pit road. Still working here on the Davey Allison car. They have pulled some of the sheet metal away. They're beating the air dam out in front of the car. Have replaced all four tires. Now using a major sledgehammer on the left rear. You see on the crew cam, they are fixing the front of the car. You're watching Joey Knuckles as he is trying to bend some of that front air dam away. Ryan Pemberton now and Knuckles working in unison, putting some tape on the car. Let's listen in.
Frankly, these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on.
If you enjoyed this dance, please share, like, write a comment.
In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and here it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. And you remember I said earlier that, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache to ice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy smooth kind of delight of an icing.
Situation, asking Paul Andrews, the crew chief, what's happening today?
points as of right now. Alan Kulwicki on top by 10 over Bill Elliott. Davey has fallen to third. Right now 19th in the serial scoring. Kyle Petty is 8th. Harry Gant 17th. And Mark Martin is already
if you
out
enjoyed
of
this
the
drums,
race. By the
please
way,
share,
being
like,
factored into
write
those
a comment,
point standings
and don't
are
forget to
the number of
subscribe.
laps being led. Now the green flag comes out and we resume our competition with Alan Kulwicki leading Elliott. It's down to a shootout between those two drivers. We're watching from the roof cam, Morgan Shepherd.
Is that smoke coming? What is it?
Well, Morgan is moving to the inside of him.
Look out, boys. Don't let him know what's right here.
They haven't done so. Alan's crew needs some spotter says, hey, he's 3 laps down. Let him go.
Yeah, but here comes Elliott. Now he's closing up right on the back bumper, but that's because these cars are running side by side and slowing both of them down. And Elliott is going to try. Is he going on the outside?
Sterling Marlin also is right in the hunt there, but he's a lap down.
Trying to get a lap back.
He made an unscheduled green flag pit stop. He's got him a lap down.
Alan Kulwicki was moved by Junior Johnson to join his team, but Alan decided to go independently, and Alan is showing right now that was the way to go.
Look at that sun, the glare that these guys are going into. Right now, Kulwicki looks like he's able to get ahead of Morgan Shepherd. He has. And he gets a tough break.
There is Elliott in second position. Running in third spot is Jeff Bodine. Fourth is Rusty Wallace, and fifth is Jimmy Spencer. And the average speed of the race is near 130 miles an hour. Pit stops will be occurring before too long. They must pit for gas to have enough to go the distance.
And you remember Connie Saylor from Bluff City, Tennessee? He's got some medical problems. He's resting up there in Bluff City. We just want to say hello to Connie and hope you get well soon, buddy.
Yeah, good race driver.
Yep. Prayers are with you. Now, Michael Waldrop sees Alan approaching quickly in the rearview mirror, and Michael heads for the inside of the racetrack to allow a clear path for Kulwicki. Darrell Waldrop also being lapped in the number 17 Western Auto machine. He currently is 24th, about 19 laps behind.
He was involved in that crash.
Richard Petty, among others.
Ricky Rudd looks like he's run out of gas again. He's coasting down the back straightaway.
Yep.
Going in turn 3. I don't see the smoke out of the car. Some of the spotters said he's blowing an engine in that 5 car.
Well, I don't know. It's time that he could have run out of gas. You know, although that first pit stop when several drivers went a lap down because of making green flag pit stops, he was not one of them. But you will see.
Time machine coast to victory lane. To the pit area, I should say.
We'll see if he goes into the garage area. Right here is where he would do it. And he is indeed going to the garage area, so apparently he does have an engine problem.
Jerry, any information on what might have happened?
If you enjoyed these drums,
Unfortunately,
please
Ricky Rudd is
share,
ready to
like,
prove that he thinks he
write
may
a
have broken a
comment, and don't
camshaft, so he
forget
will
to
head that car to the garage. Tough break after having such a good run here all afternoon.
Yeah, and Rudd will undoubtedly finish 7th in the point standings.
Going on, a smooth pit stop in motion. Harry Gant waiting. Now finally down the way.
The Skull Bandit rolls back out onto the racetrack, and Mark Martin is slowing here on the main straightaway. Mark's Valvoline Ford is off the pace dramatically. has cut off the engine.
May as well, bud.
Evidently it's blown. Well, it's still running. 4,000 RPMs in fourth gear. And you can hear the engine running. He's trying to accelerate, but he'll only turn about 4,400. Jerry, what's the problem?
We're walking along beside Steve Mills. Steve, what's wrong with the car?
Quit running. Fan quit turning over. It pumped a little bit of smoke out of the pipes coming in the first turn for a couple laps. And he said it shook real bad up the back stretch and figures it broke a crank or something.
We'll let him go into the garage area. Thank you, Steve. Steve headed to the garage area here, talking to his driver, and apparently the day is over, and so is the championship hunt for Mark Martin.
And so there are now 5 still in contention for the NASCAR Winston Cup, as Mark Martin, who won this race last year and who came into this event 6th in the points, 113 behind Davey Allison, coasts down pit road and will be, we presume, turning in of Alan Kulwicki and the 28 car of Davey Allison. The top 3 in the points have now each led a lap, and so each has picked up the 5 bonus points.
They're back where they started.
They're right back where they started, exactly. Here comes the restart now. The green flag waves. Jamie Hensley is in second place. The Trombardi Ford. Mark Martin third, Harry Gant fourth, and Elliott is fifth. Here comes Kyle Petty, the mellow yellow Pontiac, trying to get a lap back, trying to get by Davey Allison.
Kyle, of course, was one of those drivers that made a green flag pit stop just before the second caution came out. Dale Jarrett right there, he also was one of those drivers. But Mark Martin's going to take care of both of them.
Petty now inches ahead of Davey Allison, trying to get that lap back. We're watching from Mark Martin's car as he tries to take the lead. Kyle Petty gets by Davey Allison, moves up in front of him, and now here comes Martin trying to take the lead back. Kyle Petty is 5th in points, Mark Martin is 6th in points. So they're involved in a battle of their own somewhat, although again, Kyle is now at the tail end of the lead lap, the lap that Mark Martin leads. 15 points separate the two, Kyle Petty and Mark Martin. Harry Gant now is third, just behind Davey Allison.
Okay, Harry looks pretty racy right there at the moment.
Here comes Earnhardt. He's still a lap down, but he's moving him down. He's by Hensley. And there's Ricky Rudd in the 5 car. The 66 of Hensley and Jeff Gordon in 24. This is the car that Jeff will be running all year next year. The same colors, DuPont. And by the way, Jeff Gordon has a $100,000 bonus if he can win this race today. Morgan Shepherd slowing from the roof cam. You can see how the car is not on pace.
So he's way off the pace, Bob. He's heading into turn number 3 there right now. You see how far the leaders are out in front of him. Here's Davey Allison now trying to move around Kyle Petty. Mark Martin already put Kyle that lap down.
And Harry Gant, who was reported to be suffering from the flu, does not appear to be suffering all that much. He's running a strong third. And he and Kyle Petty are 1 point apart. Ganson's fourth. Kyle Petty fifth in the points, and 1 point separating the two. And it's a difference at the banquet of $35,000. Oh, that's not good. Maybe not in your world it isn't, but the difference is first and second is 670. Oh, a crash down the front straightaway. Ken Schrader, Wally Donald back. Darrell Walker to the
I pulled up to the fire truck.
Richard said, I pulled to the fire truck.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a great presence of mine, right?
And what a way for the career of Richard Petty to end. Let's not say right now, though, that his race is over. They could get the car back going, but I doubt it.
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly, as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed.
If you enjoyed these drums, please share.
Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour.
Don't forget to subscribe.
Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely. I mean, it's not a disaster. It just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Well, you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200.
Lawson, Danny Glad, and Tim Green.
Unscheduled pit stop right here again at the cold end of Elizabethville. He had slowed on the racetrack, not dramatically, but he was definitely off the pace a little bit. Apparently had a vibration or something, and could be a bad shock, but he thought maybe it could be tires, so they changed all 4 tires.
Keeping you updated on the point situation all race long. If they were awarded right now, Allison would have a 2-point victory.
And Elliott and Kulwicki would be tied
for
2
second.
points behind.
Wow, you can't get much closer than this. Here's Jerry Punch.
Guys, you think we're watching it upstairs? I'm in the Davey Allison pit. Now, this statistical sheet you're looking at right here was developed by Bob Lappert, who actually helped develop the current point system way back in 1975. We have Davey Allison in this column, Alan Kulwicki, and Bill Elliott. Davey Allison currently won an 8th spot. That's how many points he would have. And if you turn and look at Alan Kulwicki in second or at Elliott in first, that's what he would have. So they are watching very closely a statistical charter to see every single spot counts and every single heart is beating rather quickly here in the Allison pit, guys.
And thank goodness for people like Nelson Crozier, who was holding that sheet. Nelson's one of those behind-the-scenes guys that play a very valuable role in presenting these NASCAR Winston Cup telecasts to you.
Because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice. The icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and here it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. You remember I said earlier that, well, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache to ice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy smooth kind of delight of an icing.
played it very smart. He and the Junior Johnson team, they stood out as long as they could, caught the yellow that they needed. That allowed Bill Elliott to win one of his 4 races in the early part of the 92 season.
Meanwhile, if you watch this, Ernie Irvin is driven by Dale Earnhardt. Remember how they led the race earlier on.
And now here is Alan Kulwicki going to the inside of Bill, and this is the battle for the lead. And I believe Alan Kulwicki would get 5 bonus points for leading that lap. He was slightly ahead of Bill when they crossed the line.
And the point in the scoring stand is here at the start-finish line in Atlanta. The scoring stand is another location. So now here comes Rudd on the outside of Kulwicki.
Well, he will get credit for leading that lap. And Russ has led 20 races during the 1992 season, more than any other driver.
That's hard to say. Some racetracks have a scoring stand at different locations, and it does not matter if it's a start-finish line. It's at the scoring stand. Here's Davey Allison, the point leader. Davey Allison right now is running in 6th spot.
This is from Morgan Shepherd's roof cam. Documentation of the damage there on the left rear of Davey's car, sustained in that second lap accident that took out Brett Bodine, Lex Triplett, and Cynthia Miller throughout the season. Bill Elliott of the Budweiser Ford leads the Hooters 500 as Jeff Gordon has dropped out and earned his first NASCAR Winston Cup race.
We all know that glare can become a serious problem for a driver late in the afternoon. Well, in years past, the solution was quite simple. You merely tint a major portion of the right side of your windshield, thereby minimizing the glare from the setting sun across the turn. See, NASCAR thought this may be a safety hazard because a driver following behind Richard Petty in his STP Pontiac might not be able to see through this heavily tinted area to a car spinning or maybe a blown engine up front. So in 1992, they said no more tint across the bulk of the windshield. You basically have been limited to a factory tinting job. The upper 5 inches here is all you can tint. This increases visibility for cars and drivers following Richard Petty. They can see through the front of his windshield to a possible problem up front, but also they can see inside the cockpit now, as Richard may decide to use a hand signal to wave and say, hey, I've got a problem or I'm slowing down. Both cars in front and behind can see that. So a new 1992 NASCAR rule to improve safety on the racetrack.
That's a very important piece of information because of the sun that becomes a major problem here in the late afternoon, and we are just about to that point.
It's no problem now. We're going down to turn 1. Watch this. If we can stay with him when he gets to the back straightaway, you're going to see just what a problem it can be. We're only about halfway of the race, just a little over halfway. It's going to get worse every minute until the end of the race. Now he goes into turn 3. We can see as he drives into the sun, and as I said, it gets worse every lap.
Appropriately, he wins the championship in the race sponsored by his race team sponsor, Hooters Restaurants. Allen now gets the helmet off. They've already got the cap saying Winston Cup champion for 1992 that Allen will proudly put on his head. Emerge from the car and receive the applause from the thousands and thousands of race fans who have gathered here on this Sunday afternoon to see who among 6 drivers would win this championship. He's combing his hair.
He's combing his hair. He had a comb down there. I wonder what he was looking for. Come on, Allen. Put on the hat. Well, what else was we lost down there? Well, I think we're about ready. Here he comes.
And let's listen. Last time an owner driver won the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship was Richard Petty in '79, and how appropriate on the day he retires, Alan Kulwicki becomes the first since then to win the title as driver and owner. Here's Jerry.
And Bob, there were those that questioned his sanity 2 years ago when he turned down the likes of Junior Johnson and Bud Moore and Rick Hendrick to do it yourself, and Alan today. It had to be all worthwhile. Congratulations.
I'll tell you, man, this is like living a dream here. The car ran great. Our engine was fantastic all day, and car handled real well. And the Goodyear tires, this is the fastest we've ever run at this track and the longest the tires have ever lasted. The Goodyear radials work great. I got to thank my sponsors, Hooters Restaurant, Naturally Fresh Salad Dressings, Classic Mixers, and Ford Motor Company. This Ford Thunderbird's been a great car for us all year long. We ran great. I led the most laps. I knew how far I had to go in the race to lead the most laps, and at that point, you know, there was no way that he could beat me. I was a little bit safe coming down pit road, and we lost first gear in the transmission on our first pit stop. So I had trouble getting out of the pits all day long. You know, I think that's probably where he made up a little bit of time on me, was, you know, getting in and out of the pits because we were having transmission trouble. But at that point, I knew where we were. You know, I wanted to win the race because we were, you know, we had led quite a while, but there'll be other races, but this championship's what I wanted. And I just, you know, thank God for the fortune to be here and to be an American and compete on the Winston Cup circuit. Man, when I moved down south years ago, this was my dream. I came in a pickup truck and a trailer, and I want to thank all the people that along the way in ASA and everywhere in my career have helped me. And you know, I said that
colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you. Hold on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and here it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. And you remember I said earlier that, you know, well, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache, twice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy, smooth kind of delight of an icing.
Because I'm sure Kawicki's going to do something spectacular. Let's see.
Remember his first win in Phoenix? He took what he called, and these are his words, a Polish victory lap.
Yep.
And guess what? He's going to do it again. For 1992 and is again taking a backwards lap around Atlanta Motor Speedway. It is all over. Bill Elliott wins the race. Alan Kulwicki finishes second and wins the 1992 NASCAR Winston Cup in dramatic style. What a race it's been, and we're glad you could have joined us for our Speed World coverage. Brought to you by Hooters Restaurants, always delightfully tacky yet unrefined. By Smooth Bush Beer and easy drinking Bush Light. And by Fram Oil Filters. Fram, you can pay a little now or a lot later. Alan is completing his lap the wrong way around Atlanta Motor Speedway, and now comes down to the end of pit road toward turn number 4, and will pull in and come here to the main straightaway on pit road to receive the congratulations of everyone. He has won the Winston Cup.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rush that light, but we've been informed here at the job, we need to clear pit road. Let's clear the track and clear pit road, please. Doug, we'll get back to you guys in a few moments. Here in the tower,
Happy human being right there. Alan Kulwicki has got to be on top of the world right now. Undoubtedly, the most happy moment of his life. He said, did I mess up? Did I do wrong? Look at that lap the wrong way. Right now, he's a champ. He can do about anything he wants to, Kenny Bob.
Absolutely right. It's been a long, tough season for Alan Kulwicki, but he has done it. And while all that was going on, we get a better indication of why Ernie Irvin stayed out on the racetrack as long as he could, because that halfway lap has arrived. Is about to pick up $10,000 as the leader at the halfway point and winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge. And across flags, Ernie Irvin is the leader and the winner of the halfway challenge. He takes home the $10,000 reward, and if you have entered the contest and are called a homer, and you can correctly identify the winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge, you could win a Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Again, the name to tell them. Mark Martin's car is behind the wall. And Bill Elliott, who has made his pit stop, finds himself in 4th position. Back up to speed.
Irvin coming into the pits. Ted Musgrave had stayed out there. He was ahead of Elliott, but he's coming in right now. It looks like Jeff Gordon might have a problem on the backstretch. He's going very slow. Maybe we'll have gas.
Going slow down pit road. Ernie Irvin. Jerry.
And somewhat of an obstacle he has to go around the car of Lake Speed and stalled on pit road. Also get around the car of Morgan Shepherd from here. The Kodak crew working on Ernie Irvin's car. We mentioned Ernie Irvin won $10,000 for leading the halfway point. A $25,000 bonus just went to Davey Allison for winning the most halfway point this year in the Gillette program. The only other ones who could have gotten that were Bill Elliott and Alan Woodville. Ernie Irvin winning the 10 grand as you watch his car exit the pit road in a little over 20 seconds before tires.
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed. Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour. Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. Oh, I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely, it's not a disaster, it just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. You have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of
Whoever does what first will determine what the other one does, I guess. I was thinking that they came in topped off. They talked about coming in topped off during that last caution, but they didn't, so they do have to make a pit stop.
And Bill Elliott, at fuel mileage, he gets you surprised he did not come in the last time and put some fuel in the car, but he chose not to. Now that both these cars will have to make a pit stop.
We're talking about Benny being involved in championship battle. Let us not forget that Ned was involved in 2 of them. There have only been 11 drivers who have won the NASCAR Winston Cup more than once, and Ned is one of them. That's pretty good company, and Davey Allison goes back out onto the racetrack. Doesn't look much like a NASCAR stock car.
It looks like a modified.
But he's back out there trying to maintain a good finish. Jerry Punch is with Paul Andrews.
Well, let's see what we can find out from this end up here. Now, Paul, we're talking about pitting on lap, 306, 37, somewhere along there?
Yeah, something like that. It would be crazy to put tires on. Probably just going to gas and go. And it's, anything could happen. This is not over yet. We
impediments. You've got no first gear. No first gear. It may be a gas and stop.
Right, you know, transmission's broken. The first gear went out on the first pit stop, and he's been nursing it. You know, we've been helping him out a little bit, get going. You know, that's all it is. You know, we just got to see what happens here. Now Davey's back out, so, you know, if we fall out or something like that, anything can happen.
That's Paul Andrews, and he watches Davey Allison's car come back on the pit road. They're holding their breath, guys, only about maybe 8 or 9 laps away from that pit stop.
You know, Eddie made a good point there, guys. We've virtually given this thing to either Elliott or Alan Kawicki. If something should happen to both of them and they drop out, Davey Allison could still win this championship.
That's right. You're right. We were a little premature in saying it's all over for Davey. Certainly his chances are going to less at this point. But Davey is back out on the racetrack after being involved in an incident here on the main straightaway with Ernie Irvin. Back in a moment. Alan Kawicki continues to lead the Hooters 500, and he has now led the most laps today, but has not yet clinched the 5 bonus points. Bill Elliott is running in second position as we are near the 300 lap mark. 299 have been completed.
Tire change for Ricky Rudd, talking to Gary Ehart, the crew chief moments ago about the power steering. It is out. He thinks maybe a belt could have fallen off, gotten knocked off. So Ricky does not have power steering, having to adjust the way he drives the race car. Right's already on, left side's going on. They had hoped to get a caution so they can check under the hood, but Ricky will just take on 4 tires and 2 cans of fuel. He's down and away, heading towards turn 1.
Crew made a good pit stop. Jeff Gordon rolls off of pit road behind Ricky, so does Sterling Marlin. There's Jeff going out of the pits right now, and here comes Sterling. He's already got 4 new tires on the back Stillhouse 4 and is building back up to speed as he heads into turn number 1.
Then shift in the 3rd gear. Wait for the gas. Now you dropped up on the back. You'll shift in the 4th gear.
Alan Kawicki about to come into the pits. His crew there ready for him with the board out.
When he does, he'll relinquish second position.
Inside Sterling Marlin's car. 189. There comes Alan Kawicki towards the pits, and Jerry Bunch coming towards you.
And remember, Benny Parsons, he does not have first gear. NASCAR has allowed his crew to push the car off of pit road, so we'll watch to make sure the car doesn't stall. That could cost him a valuable turn, maybe even a lap, if the car were to stall. Here's Kawicki bringing the car number 7 in, hoping to pick up a win and a championship. Paul Andrews with the crew now. Danny Glad, go to work. We would expect to see a routine 4-tire change. Right by Kawicki, Davey Allison brings the Haviland Ford Thunderbird. They are pitting nose to tail here on pit road. 7 on the bottom of your screen, 28 on the top. They have already put the left side tire down on the car. He gets an assist. The car does fire and pulls away. They are still now working on the Davey Allison Haviland Ford Thunderbird. Our point leader getting left side tire through. Very, very deliberate to make sure every run that is fastest. Then he puts it back in gear, spins the tires, and he's away.
Allison moving back out. Others are making stops now. Terry Labonte brings his car into pit road. There is Terry in the Sunoco car. John Curtin right there.
This will be another 4-tire change, making sure that they get the windshields clean. Paul Becker, the PR man out there, actually doing windshield service today. Right side's already on, left's going on. Jimmy Spencer, guys, is a car to watch. He just came in and only changed right side tires 1 lap ago. Terry Labonte is now finished with pit work, and he is headed down pit road.
Well, Terry Labonte started this race from 6th position, and here comes Bill Elliott. The leader is on pit road. Again, slowing to make sure he observes the speed limit. Jerry.
And a 4-time winner in Atlanta Motor Speedway and the favorite son of many of the Georgia faithful in this capacity crowd today. Watch and wait as the Budweiser Ford Thunderbird comes championship. Kyle Petty's smoking Pontiac leaves a trail of smoke that Elliott must drive through here on pit road. Tim Brewer and the crew standing by. Watch Henry Midfield. He's a veteran gas man. Cass going in the car. Sitting out. 3.4 seconds. Elliott is away for an identical pit stop. 3.4 seconds for both these guys. Who got enough fuel in to finish the race?
With identical pit stops, Elliott goes back out onto the racetrack. Here comes Alan Kulwicki through turn number 1. Can Elliott get up to speed and get the lead?
Yes, he will. He will have the lead when this all boils down. So far, Terry Labonte has not made a pit stop. He's still the leader.
And he came in that last caution and kept his fuel off. He's going to try to go.
He's trying to go the rest of the way. So
as far as winning the race is concerned. But the championship,
Bill Elliott's going to lead 16 more laps.
Terry Labonte's going to lead these laps. So Bill Elliott, if he finishes this way, he can't win the championship.
Regardless of Labonte leading those laps, Kulwicki has led the most laps. Not officially yet. All right, we'll wait. Boy, this thing is going to go down to the bitter end. It's lap 3:15, and we still don't know who's going to win the Winston Cup. Stick with us. Bill Elliott leads the Hooters 500 with 9 laps to go.
Well, that speculation we did on Terry Labonte, he came in while we were away on the break for fuel, so that all went out the window. He was not going the rest of the way, or couldn't.
So Bill Elliott is the leader of the race. Alan Kulwicki is running second. He's the leader of the Winston Cup right now.
Now, if Bill leads the rest of the way, he will have led 103 laps, and Alan would have led 103, and Bill 102. Awarded right now, look at this, Kulwicki would be the champion.
By 15 points because he's led the most laps. It would be a 10-point swing if Elliott could do it, and that was a difference of 1 lap. Is that 1 hour? Man.
And now congratulations to Danny Glad, who has been named the Western Auto Mechanic of the race. No one has left their seat. Everyone is standing. Everyone on pit road is calculating. Kyle Petty is moving very slowly around the racetrack with a unit.
Because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and here goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. And you remember I said earlier that, you know, well, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also obviously make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache, twice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy, smooth kind of delight of an icing.
Speedway because of a blown engine on the number 90 car driven by Bobby Hillen Jr. Dumped down some oil here on the main straightaway, and that brought out the caution flag. And so it's an opportunity for these drivers to come in once again and get some fresh tires and some gasoline on the 2:42 lap mark.
I don't think they'll be able to make it the rest of the way on this fuel, so there'll be at least one more stop. There comes the leader, Kulwicki, down pit road. There's Elliott.
And Jerry Punch will be calling these pit stops.
And Benny, answering your question first, they will not be able to make it all the way unless Bill Elliott gets extra very good gas mileage. We're talking about 86 laps from here to lap 328 as they make their way down pit road. 7 on the top of your screen, 11 on the bottom, 7 come 11. They're rolling the dice here in Atlanta. Watch the crews go to work as Alan Kulwicki's Hooters crew will change 4 tires on the top of your screen. All the Budweiser crew now going to work on Bill Elliott's car on the bottom. These two drivers vying for $1.4 million here in the last 86 laps at Atlanta. Here is the number 7 exiting pit road, 4 tires being changed there. And you see them from turn 1, they all are scampering back on the track. And Kulwicki beats Elliott back on the racetrack, and they resume positions here under the caution.
Just barely did he beat Bill Elliott out. And Rusty Wallace comes out in 3rd position. We'll take another break while we are. Davis running in 19th position. By the way, if you're just joining us, it's 3:05 Eastern Time. If you are just joining us, the situation is that King Richard Petty went out in a blaze of glory, but not the blaze that he wanted to. The car caught fire after he was involved in an accident here on the main straightaway. Richard is okay. However, the car is out of the race. Bill Elliott leads this event. Alan Kulwicki is in 2nd position. Davey Allison is in 8th. So it's still very much heated points battle.
second. We're seeing a race for $1 million. If that 7 can pass the 11, it's worth about $1.4 million.
We nicknamed this car the Underbird today. We're going into this race the underdog, and we ran good. I'm really proud of the whole team. Paul Andrews, Danny Glad, Ron Vaccaro, Randy Clary, the guys in the engine shop did great. There's more Gary Preziosi and Shane Parsnow, Tony Gibson, Pete Jackson, Jeff Bice, Tom Mount, on it. If I forgot anybody, I'm sorry, but it was a team effort. We got a great team, and I'm really proud of them. I couldn't have done it without them. It's, I said, this is a long answer to one question. Cut me off whenever you're ready.
That's fine, Alan. I know you're going to catch your breath. Let us just congratulate you again on becoming the 1992 Winston Cup champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, this is just a storybook ending, having Hooters sponsor the race, and my dad's here, and just really wonderful.
Alan Kulwicki, how appropriate here in his 7th year of driving in Winston Cup that he would drive car number 7 to the Winston Cup Championship. The last one to win as a car owner and a driver, who else but King Richard Petty. And for the thousands of people here today and the millions watching around the world, we direct your attention up to turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, where for the final time, the legend, the man, the King Richard Petty will say goodbye to all the millions of fans who have adored him for many, many years. So on your feet, wave and say goodbye your special way to King Richard Petty.
drivers will be driving in turn 3 with very little disability.
Easy for you to say. Bill Elliott has just taken 3rd position from Harry Gant. Gant is 4th, Kowicki is 5th, and the top 5 are all in the points race. This is an incredible adventure on this Sunday afternoon for NASCAR Winston Cup Racing, and we're delighted you can join us. Back in just a moment. At Atlanta Motor Speedway, 120 laps are completed in the Hooters 500 with Bill Elliott.
If you enjoyed these drives, please share, like, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe.
Back to 6th.
He's lost several positions here in the last few laps. Whether there's anything wrong with the car or whether he's just...
He went down to turn 1 just a couple of laps ago, and it looked like something happened to the car. It got loose, pushed, or something. He got out of the gas, and that's when most of his cars went by. Now he's able to maintain and run along with them.
Manning, you're exactly right. Davey had a little bit of a push going in the corner, had to back out of the throttle. No need to take a chance here. We're still just past the 120 lap mark, but you're exactly right. Good eyes. The car went into the corner, and the car began to push as Elliott was going by Davey Allison. Davey had to back out of the throttle just a little bit, which allowed Bill to zip right on by almost effortlessly.
Bill Elliott now is in 2nd position, and Davey Allison is back to, 6th?
Yep, back in 6th spot.
We're getting closer to the halfway lap. If you have entered the Gillette Halfway Challenge and you are called at home and can name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge award, coming up, you will win the new Chevrolet Klub.
There's our leader, Mark Martin, battling forward.
Good lead over 2nd place man Bill Elliott. And Dale Earnhardt continues just to inch away a little bit from Mark Martin. Earnhardt just hoping for a caution. He's already made it 1 lap, now wants to make it the other one.
Earnhardt might have the fastest car on the racetrack currently.
Yep.
Second and 3rd in the race, and 3rd and 2nd in the point standings.
I wonder if they're asking, in Bill Elliott's situation, asking hospitals.
They are not seriously injured, at least that is the preliminary report. There's Harry Gant right ahead of Davey, and Harry is another one of those 6 that has a mathematical shot at the championship, but the word is that Harry is not feeling well. He has the flu and may, at some point, get relief, John.
Well, you're exactly right, Bob. I was talking with his car owner, Leo Jackson, this morning. Said the car was great, everything was great. The only thing that worried him, Harry had been sick all weekend with the flu. During that last caution period after making the pit stop, Harry radioed back in and said, hey, you might want to think about going and finding my Skull teammate Rick Mast to see if he will relief drive for me if it gets to that point. But complicating that factor is the fact that Rick is finally got his car put back together. Rick is back out there on the racetrack. So Harry's hanging with it right now. There is no relief driver yet who's reported to his pit area, but we will keep you apprised of the situation.
Rick Mast is on the racetrack. He's going very slowly. He was the point sitter of this race, certainly not on pace, but just trying to pick up some points in the standings. Looking back on Davey Allison from Richard Petty's
if you enjoyed the drums, please share, like, write a comment, and don't
Slowly on the
forget to
racetrack.
subscribe.
That's Bob Shack to number 57.
He's got in turn one, so he will not be able to get back. So he, as a matter of fact, this car can stop. The caution flag will be coming out in just a moment.
He was bearing down on it. But if the caution comes out, they're going to get to go around, and that would mean Dale Earnhardt, Bernie Logan, and the caution is out. Jeff Bodine, Rusty Wallace, and
It's the third caution period of the day. You can see Mark Martin signaling to the drivers behind him that the caution is out. These cars that are running ahead of Mark Martin will be able to encircle the entire race.
What happens is that NASCAR pulls on the racetrack in front of the leader of the race, Mark Martin, and everyone catches up to Mark Martin. So if Martin is the leader, all the fellas in front of him get to go all the way around the racetrack and make up basically a mile and a half.
There's the reason for the caution, the stall car of Bob Shack at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll be right back. ESPN Speed World today at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
amazing. The biggest race of the year.
Not the way it goes.
As they're getting ready to go to restart, Darrell Walton's car is sitting on the pit road, and they're trying to adjust the toe in on it. The wheel's damaged, the rear end's damaged. They're trying to get him back on the racetrack there at the Western Auto Chevrolet.
Well, the attendance here will far exceed last year's attendance of 122,300. The track officials estimated they would sell 60,000 hot dogs, 40,000 hamburgers, 100,000 sodas, 800 pizzas, 40,000 cups of coffee, and 40,000 cups of hot chocolate for this event. And that was before they learned that Benny would be having lunch here.
Okay, let's go.
Green flag waves.
He gets in front of Mark Martin.
That number 9 car is being driven by Chad Littleton, has Mayflower Moving sponsorship on it. And speaking of moving, there's Ernie Irvin.
He's moving through the pack, isn't he?
So everybody alongside.
Kyle Petty almost moved into the wall at between turn 3 and 4. He really did a great job of driving that car. I don't know if there's something wrong with it or not. But
Yes, there is. There's something wrong with Kyle Petty's car. He's just not up to speed.
you can see him there on the outside, the black car with the green numbers. Here he is now going into turn 3. Might have got a little bit of help there from Sterling Marlin. That's why he went so high. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, got a little bit of a bump from him.
Yep.
He was still trying to get his heart beating down in turns 1 and 2 when he started slowing down.
Kyle's running okay now, looks like. That's Rusty Wallace right beside him, down behind him. As we look from the Phillips 66 in-car camera being This is Mark Martin.
There again, it's going back to half the best race car down here in March. Did not win the race. Bill Elliott won the race. Again, finished second, but he had by far the best race car. And I think getting back to that level, he might be wrong.
As far as I'm concerned, and frankly as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed. Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour. Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely, it's not a disaster, it just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person, but the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you.
If you enjoyed this dance, please share, like,
He's just trying to finish his race in the position he's in and stay in front of Jeff Bodine. Jeff is a full straightaway behind him. He's not concerned about winning the race. He wants to win the war at this stage.
Jerry, any more on if Alan Kolicki got enough gas?
Well, the big concern here was exactly that. They said Alan needed 6 gallons to finish the race. They figured that they were here on pit road 3.4 seconds. They figure you can put 11 gallons in 6 seconds. So they got probably right at 5.5 to 6 gallons in 3.5 seconds. So it's going to be very, very slow.
Man, one more second on pit road would have clinched it.
We're watching Alan Kolicki. He is not leading the race. He is second, but he is in the lead as far as the Winston Cup standings are concerned. Bill Elliott is the leader of the race. And Jerry?
The crew has just told Alan Kolicki that if Bill leads the rest of the laps, that Alan will still get credit for leading the most laps. Therefore, they told Alan to back off, give Bill the race, conserve fuel, and he will win us
shift.
Exactly right. Just what we said a few minutes ago. If Bill leads the rest of the way, Allen will have led the most by one single circuit. Kyle Petty has just been black flagged.
What, 3 more laps, Ned? 3 more for Kulwicki?
That's it.
I'll tell you what a day this has been.
Elliott has a rather substantial lead. He's entering turn number 3 as Allen is halfway down the backstretch. So it's a fairly substantial lead for Bill Elliott. But it's really, besides his 5th victory of the year, going to do him no good because he's going to lose the Winston Cup.
2 more laps, 2 more laps. The bottom.
Especially in turns 1 and 2, the bottom groove is working for some drivers, Benny. But the cars on the outside have the momentum once they come off of that turn and shoot down that backstretch in a hurry.
Jeff pulls alongside Ernie in the 3rd turn and passes him. Let's see if he can make it stick. Yeah, he will be able to. Bodine takes over 2nd spot, dropping Ernie Irvin to 3rd. Davey Allison picks up another position, or at least is trying desperately to. And of course, is Sterling Marlin on the outside.
Ooh, that's close. Davey did clear him.
Yep. Ken Schrader also there in the battle with now Sterling Marlin.
Started pretty far back in the field and is moving on up through there. He started in 23rd position, now in 14th.
And Schrader passes Sterling Marlin. You got a shot there as Davey was close to Sterling Marlin of the damage that was sustained by the Texaco Havoline Ford in that 2nd lap crash. Now, Jeff Bodine would like to lead this race. Drops to the inside, but cannot have the momentum to pass.
Running 2 distinct different grooves around the racetrack. Earnhardt high on the racetrack. Bodine on the bottom. They could run around this racetrack and never touch. And run almost at top speed in both cars.
Jeff Bodine is trying to lead his 5th race of 1992. He has not led since he won 2 races in a row at Martinsville and North Wilkesboro.
He moves up high again. Looks like it just looks like right now these 3 cars evenly matched. From Earnhardt in the black number 3, Jeff Bodine, red 15, Ernie Irvin, the yellow number 4. What happened to the crash? I just looked up and saw stuff flying.
Yeah, Bill was up in front of it.
Davey Allison was in front of the crash. Should have been about mid-pack, I guess. Because Dick Trickle, one of the cars in the crash, was running 10th before the crash. There's Darrell Walton. We can see some heavy damage to the Western Auto Chevrolet.
Now the 3 cars here on the main straightaway and into turn 1 are Dick Trickle, Ken Schrader, and Wally Dallenbach, and then Richard Petty's car is down in the turn as there is the king out of the car. And this may be the final farewell.
Thank God he was able to walk away from it and wave to the fans.
But you know, they ought to take the king back to the garage here and something better than record.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's not a way to end a career that has been so great. Now here's the crash. That's Trickle. Ooh, look at Dallenbach get bumped around.
There's Richard Petty going in and hitting Darrell Waltrip. Looks like the rest of these cars able to slow down without too much trouble. And Richard driving down to the fire truck, like he said. There's an oil cooler up there, as I said, right behind the left front fender. That was the hood I saw going up in the air.
Was that your eye level?
Yeah, right when the crash started.
Came off of Schrader's car?
Not sure.
I think so, yes.
Well, it almost blocked the track there for a moment.
I would guess that someone came off the corner on the outside of another car and the fellow didn't know he was there. Made contact. I don't know.
6 cars involved in the crash, and it's going to take a while to clean it up because there are a lot of damaged race cars and a lot of debris on the racetrack. It comes on lap number 96 of the Hooters 500 here in Atlanta. The Hooters 500 here at Atlanta Motor Speedway under the 4th caution period of the afternoon because of a 6-car crash here on the main straightaway that involved Darrell Waltrip, Dick Trickle, Ken Schrader, Richard Petty. Public address system by Alabama, and it has been indeed an emotional few minutes. I think probably the most emotional was when Doyle Ford dropped the checkered flag as Richard went by there, signifying the end of the career. Let's go down to the Richard Petty car.
Richard Petty still sitting inside the car as Robbie Loomis comes over, and there aren't many dry eyes down here. As Richard Petty, for the final time, will climb out of the STP Pontiac. Drivers, crew members from the garage area. Richard, it's been a wonderful 4 decades, and it's over.
Yeah, that's what I found out when I made that last lap. It's been wonderful. I mean, 35 years, the good Lord's looked after us all these years. And, I'm still walking around. I hate it got in the wreck and disappointed me and some of the fans, but the big deal is we're here talking to you when it's over with, and I wouldn't change none of it. I wouldn't trade nothing for nothing else.
Neither would we. Thank you so much, Richard, for all the memories. Richard Petty walks out for the final time of the STP Pontiac, and coming up next, we'll have a very, very special tribute to the King. Have the hankies handy, folks, because it is something you don't want to miss. Let's check into victory lane with our race winner where John Kernan is. John?
Well, Bill Elliott, you did just about everything you could. You won the race, but as you said when you climbed out of the car, hey, I won, but I lost.
Well, it's been a long year, and, regardless of what happens, it's been one of those type seasons. A lot of things has happened, and I mean, I'm just glad it's over with. This Budweiser and Amoco team has done a fantastic job all year long. And to go out, win in the race, the last race Richard Petty will ever run in, I guess that says something. We've done about everything else. We didn't win the championship. And I think we're going to go up to Bill Elliott Ford tomorrow. We're going to have a hell of a car sale.
Okay, I'll see you there. Bill Elliott in victory lane, guys.
Congratulations to Bill Elliott, who did indeed give it everything he had, but came up just a few points short in his attempt to win his 2nd Winston Cup championship. The quest for the Cup standings, 10 separate first and second. It is the closest margin in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Bill Elliott with 4,068, 10 behind. Davey Allison finishes 3rd, Harry Gant 4th, and Kyle Petty finishes 5th in the point standings. As far as the race results are concerned, Bill Elliott was the winner, followed by Kowicki, Jeff Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, and Terry Labonte. Well, Benny, it's over, and it was great, wasn't it?
It was fantastic, Bob. I'm just so glad that I was here today to be a part of this, because we saw 2 guys doing everything they could possibly do. I'm talking about Elliott, Kowicki, and Davey Allison when he was in there trying to win a championship.
And, of course, we saw the final race from Richard Petty, which in itself was enough to bring all the people here that came here, but we threw the championship in as a bonus.
Fantastic. Ernie Irvin, we see way back there. Jeff Gordon, his first race, his first Winston Cup race, he finishes 31st.
And Richard Petty will be shown as 35th finisher in his final NASCAR Winston Cup event. Season is over, and it's been a great one. There you can see Alan Kulwicki as he is now on the back of a convertible being paraded in front of the race fans who have gathered here. Alan Kulwicki, winner of the 1992 NASCAR Winston Cup Championship.
And he's not going backwards. He's going around the racetrack the way he's supposed to. But he threatened and he told everyone if he won the championship, he was going to go make that Polish lap backwards.
Well, now thoughts immediately turn to 1993. Each driver will be hoping that 93 will be his year, as 1992 was for Alan Kulwicki. There's just 92. There are just 92 days until the Daytona 500, and we can start it all over again. So as NASCAR is crowned a brand new champion here this afternoon in Alan Kulwicki, we bid another very special farewell. Competitors and the leader, Mark Martin. Not very much racetrack between them.
Well, I'll tell you what, this has been a classic run for a championship. Bill Elliott, Alan Kulwicki, we couldn't ask any to do any more than they're doing. Just as hard as they can go each and every lap.
And I'm not a big cliche fan, and I almost hesitate to say this, but I don't know how else to make the point that the cream has risen to the top in this race, because the guys that are running for the points championship are running right up there toward the front and in the front in some cases.